Your next No fuel. Energy low. Energy low. you know, for yourselves that a fight can be over within minutes.
To be fair, setting our
And that's just basic wavy guy maintenance, right? Next up, Carvana.
Oh boy.
Carvana.
ourselves up often takes an hour or two.
An hour.
This is true.
No,
Yeah,
it takes 4 hours. at least.
You're correct, but I reckon there's multiple ways in which you can then add a scenario to the fight
Yeah.
to make it take some time. Okay, here's the fight, but we've got an asteroid belt. and
Objectives
people will
and-
be somewhere within this asteroid belt. And also, by the way, there's some nifty tech about. And if you can pick that up during the stream and fit it, you might want to. You know, that sort of idea.
Or even have one team has to defend an objective.
Yeah, you could have objective-based ones. There's a lot of options. Or, as Hot Sauce is suggesting, you do it where you do like you've got a 3-hour time limit. A 3-hour time limit in creative to build your fleet within certain
then
restrictions,
last hour
and then
you
an
fight.
hour is in survival, actually fighting it out.
Yeah, I'd probably say that one. One thing you definitely need to have for that is you probably.
It's
already
like
have one.
Engineer Wars 2.0, basically.
One thing you definitely have to have for that though, because you know that no one else is going to remember this. You probably already have it. A box to spawn in full of ammo and things to put in ships.
No, what you do is remember that if you create a blueprint with ammo and stuff in it, it will spawn again with ammo and stuff in it. So, assuming that you creative spawn those ships in at the start of the battle,
Whoever
they will
actually
contain the.
remembers
Yeah, but
this. Does it actually
Well,
fill
me.
up if you create
Yes.
a spawn?
yeah,
So my instances of doing it, it just fires and it's actually empty.
no,
So,
no, it works.
I never
So
know.
the entire Engineer Core series is based around the concept that I can build it in creative, provide all the survival parts of it in creative, and then to the point where there's even a mod that I can use where I can type in /all setup, and it will literally fill all the guns with ammo, turn them off, set them to max range, fill all the reactors with uranium, make sure they're running. Like it just goes and sets up the whole world ready for survival. It's an encounter setup mod.
damn. That sounds like a pretty useful thing.
Yeah, it's the sort of thing we'd run on the creative server,
Yeah.
except we wouldn't tell it to the other teams, so they can go and work that out for themselves. And I'm just like, yeah, I just need to type all set up, and they're all full. What am I even doing in this cargo box? I've forgotten. I'm jabbering away about future stream
Grabbing
plans.
stuff for conveyors.
Yes, that was the one. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Real time.
I assume that means you're doing the same, because
I'm laying down more conveyors, but yes.
to be honest, welding up the ones we've got is probably more valuable.
I'm just trying to get this bottom row.
Helps
Like,
the network.
really has nothing.
I don't know why you're going so far to get your bits. You know you can pull it out of the back of the welded.
After the welder.
welding.
And yeah, I mean, if this ends up being a popular concept, doing it something like that, I mean, and this has been a quite nice demonstration of getting some teams together and doing something regular, if nothing else, then it would be very easy to then expand that concept into other challenges, a la Engineer Wars.
I mean, I personally liked this way of doing the PvP thing. The only thing I haven't really liked about it is like the, I know it's like the first one and stuff, but like at first we had all these resources, all these asteroids and stuff like that, and then all of a sudden, poof, we had nothing except for the moon and like a handful, which is fine.
You understand why that was required?
Yeah, because we needed to get to, you know, we needed to be able to find everything.
You lied to me. That was not what I was doing. I was getting a better welder.
Bad Kenny.
I'm sorry.
And we don't have one. No!
I'm sorry.
Well, duh. Okay, I'll go sit in the corner again.
Yeah,
But-
go sit in the corner.
I think what we've also managed to do with this stream, and I really hope that Keen have watched this, because I think this has been a very interesting experiment into what it's actually like to play. Like, okay, we've got this new multiplayer, and we can, you know, do these new things, What's it actually like when you get some proper rules like you'd expect the game to be played and play it out in a PvP survival scenario? What does that game look like? What's its flaws? What's its problem? And the answer is, what the hell, 3 kilometer sync distance? Like, that's really stupid. Well, no, let's start off with what the hell, space is massive, and there's absolutely no inbuilt way of finding each other. Like, literally none.
Straight up, there should be some kind of radar functionality. Of some
Combine that with the idea that there is a maximum sync distance by default of 3 kilometers, so you cannot see a ship unless it's within 3 kilometers of you. And you run into this massive, massive problem with how Space Engineers is designed on that level. It doesn't work. As soon as you start to use this whole faction and PvP, war and peace and all this sort of stuff, it's like, how does that work? Your world is, it's wonderfully massive, but it has a problem because of it. And that problem is, it's so massive, you never find anybody.
Yep.
It's so massive that you run into the Elite Dangerous scenario.
Yeah.
Or the No Man's Sky scenario, where, I mean, you say, I'm reluctant to say the No Man's Sky scenario, because in reality, while as much as they'd like to have said there's so many infinite worlds you didn't meet anybody, that you didn't meet anybody because there wasn't anybody there to meet. But regardless, it would have still, had No Man's Sky existed in its original, promised iteration, that would have been the problem. You actually wouldn't have met anybody because it was too unlikely. And it's the same thing in Space Engineers, especially when you think 3 kilometers. 3 kilometers.
It's 170 visits to the moon.
It's 170. Yeah, exactly. It's 170 kilometers just to the moon. You have to get within 3 kilometers to even see us, regardless of the size of the grid.
And there's an extension.
Your grid could be 3 kilometers.
And there's an extension of the sync distance. The weapons on top of that, they've also suffered because of the fact that they can't really think at any sort of range that you'd expect some kind of battleship.
Well, no, because that doesn't necessarily break the game, assuming you can find each other. But if you combine the limited speed of the game, as far as the fact you can only go 100 meters a second, with the fact that the world is so massive, and then you whack on top of that this weird sync distance thing with servers, which exists on both local and dedicated server hosted servers, and you can adjust it, but I mean, we're having massive SimCity problems right now, and to adjust that to something sensible, it needs to go it doesn't need to go double or triple or quadruple. No, it needs to go a factor of 100.
Yeah.
No. On the end, thank you.
Is the engine capable? That is the next question.
Maybe? We don't know yet.
If
Put it in the
King
hands of
didn't
the
decide
company
to
itself,
make
we'll
their
find out.
own crappy engine and decide to go with something with Unreal, for example,
It
would be a
is.
problem.
It's actually Intel's engine. They didn't make it.
Wow, that explains a lot. It's still crap.
I didn't say it was good, I just said they didn't make it.
I think, I have been, and my opinion has been for a long time that, yes, they could have done better by going with another engine and then writing their own custom stuff on top of it. I don't think Unreal's that engine, because Unreal's physics support is...
Designed for different types of game.
Well, not just designed for different kinds of game, but of all of the engines that are in that competitive market, I think Unreal's is probably the weakest when it comes to an attempt to build a realistic physics model.
Yeah.
Unity,
Crytek.
Crytek, and Source are all better from that respect. But at the same time, what the engine does at times is fairly impressive and unique. It is true. It could have been built on top of another platform. Whether that would have been better or worse, I don't know. The issue with Space Engineers, I don't think lies purely with V-Rage. It lies a lot with what they're trying to do with the network implementation. I think actually they've got V-Rage pretty good these days. If you think about single player experience and what you can get away with, Like, I think the engine itself
difficult.
is not bad. It's the network optimization and how they've done network side of things and multiplayer side of things specifically. And even with this latest patch, like, a lot of it's been a combination of good additions and workarounds.
Yeah, patches, not fixes.
Do we know whether V-Rage was actually even designed for multiplayer?
Yeah, oh yeah, no, V-Rage was purely designed for multiplayer. The thing
Yeah.
it was not designed for was all the other things we're doing.
Okay.
V-Rage was
just
built
checking.
for what is essentially a Descent clone with procedural generation of the worlds and voxel deformation and full damage model. But yeah, the idea was you would spawn into what is a small cluster of what look like Space Engineers asteroids, or like a small Space Engineers base, and you would fight around inside it in very small prefab model ships with Descent style, like 6 degrees of freedom controls and that sort of idea of guns. And you, the sort of the call for the game was the idea that if you wanted to like get a tactical advantage, it was possible to blow through a wall or blow through like the side of an asteroid and actually get an advantage from doing so. And hence the voxel. So to some extent, it was intrinsically suited
Sounds
to it,
cool.
and to some extent, it really wasn't.
Yeah,
Because
if
it-
you try and
it-
do that on a larger scale, it just can't.
It was designed for a few asteroids at once. Never
planet.
designed for any sort of scale beyond that. And I think that's byproduct of why we're now seeing things like this 3K sync limit. It's like, that's the sort of things that was the limitation for Minor Wars. Like, 3K was probably your total map size, you know?
I imagine your ships were a whole lot smaller in, like, physical size, too. Like the blocks.
Oh, they're tiny. The ships in the cockpits, the original, the standard cockpit design, that's taken from Minor Wars, and the ships were not much bigger than it. Like, imagine that, but wrapped in like a couple of thrusters and stick some guns on the side. Ignore any need for any of the other bits. That was one of the models from. Yeah. You didn't need any other stuff. It was just that was one of the base parts, one of the base components. It was modified a bit, but.
It's bugging me with how some of these blocks just won't weld.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah, I'm
trying to
saying
fix it.
you've got one block on this side at least.
How's that rig coming along, Sliver?
Can you see it?
No, I'm like helping weld up the welder wall.
Ah, okay. Well, I figured out how to get round the two of the poles. I think I'm going to be clear of the ship. But yeah.
To be fair, this stream might not have had much action in it, but it was quite productive.
Yeah, it was
Martin-
super productive.
I quite like it, Sliver. That is ingenuity. I like it.
That is... Wow. Yeah, dude.
I'll have to take a look at this now.
That
Got
is
me interested.
really good. Well, son of a bitch. Look at that.
I had to sit and stare at the blocks for a bit and go, how the hell did they do this in the bloody...
Right, we need to find the height for the middle for how far it is down. Do that. Oops.
Oh, that's cool.
That is really, really nice on that arm that you have going on there.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
currently
it is.
held on by one block for this entire thing. I don't want to... The clang out should be entertaining.
Well, that's why I was
Very
thinking.
least.
That's why I was thinking of like, well, why don't we just do something that we know is already proven, right? What about like the design is great, and you could still use the design for what I'm about to say, is why don't we do, 2 wheels on the bottom of this arm, right? Hear me out. 2 wheels on the top, 2 wheels on this side, on each side arm, just like that. And then basically you have a roller coaster rail system that should not clang out because the wheels should not screw up with the metal on the arms.
Yeah. The only problem is the sheer size of large ship wheels
Yeah.
and their suspension.
Yeah, I
One
get
thing I will
that.
mention as well, it might be worthwhile putting a merge block somewhere on this, and a merge block somewhere on this rail, so as you can, when we need to jump, merge block up and not be left behind.
Or at least a landing gear to lock it. A landing gear.
Yeah.
is
Yeah,
probably the
landing
better.
gear to lock it would be better, actually. I didn't even think of that.
But I'm just
Yeah.
thinking, like, yeah, those wheels are big, but it shouldn't, because like we built the damn thing 3 blocks out, right, from the wall.
Yeah.
It should be okay. You should be able to do it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Honestly,
I
this
mean,
with a fixed gyro will be fine.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, this with a fixed gyro would be all right, but it's just the claim factor that's the problem that I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Of. Like, what if we have
I
to
honestly
turn?
don't think it'll-
What if we have to turn the imp? We have to
Then
turn the
it'll
imp.
lock
It's,
down and
it's
we're
gonna.
Literally, if you're not printing the ship, you lock the thing down.
Is
And you're
everybody
not
gonna
turning
follow
him
that?
If you're printing a ship.
Are we
That's why
gonna?
we do what we've done with the Vishnu, where you have someone who is the person for it.
Yeah, that's true. It's true.
I don't trust any of you
Layer.
cowboys with the Vishnu other than Sliver.
Oh, thanks,
Hence
Pumpkin.
why
I
I said-
appreciate that.
This
That's
layer
why I
won't
said,
help.
Sliver, you fly it. No one else gets to touch it.
I see how it is. Okay. Okay.
Not muted, folks. It's just I didn't need to say anything for that particular one. There was no reason to interrupt what the guys were saying. I think you got everything I had to say from that particular view on things. Well, that particular view on things was their idea of 330% thread load is like absolutely
Alive.
none of the threads were loaded up.
It'd be nice if Space Engineers would actually use more of a CPU than what it does, but
Yeah. I mean, theoretically, it could just have a bunch of like physics workers, and it can just, hey, here's
I mean,
all the physics.
all they
Do
really
it.
gotta do, all they really have to do, if this engine was actually designed by Intel, which, okay,
It is.
well then Intel would probably have a function in there somewhere to actually turn up the CPU usage to use more of the CPU, so a lot of this stuff wouldn't happen.
Yeah, I don't know. You also have to remember this was built in the era where like Intel had like 4 cores tops,
Right, but
and like
it's
was
still
an
not
avid believer
using,
we would never need more than 4 cores.
well, until
or at
AMD,
least
spit it in their
for
face.
instance.
No, 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 no,
Come on,
no,
nerds.
no, no,
Calm down.
no. Calm down
Again.
now. Calm down. This
it's
engine
clever.
is apparently a bastardization of an Intel one, from a point at which what they were trying to make was a 16-player small-scale PvP game, and they had no intention of making it capable of doing any of these things.
Yeah,
And
it's got
so
pushed in.
it's not just from a point at which 4 cores were normal. No, it was the most we could think of. No, this is single-threaded for all intents and purposes. They've managed to shift a few bits off into a second thread more recently, but that is it. No more than that. Don't give them leeway. No.
I think
This
it's
engine is
early.
balls. I still stand by the fact that if they'd made Space Engineers 2 way back when, we'd be in a better position now. But
Yeah.
they did. And it can't change the fact that what they did with the recent multiplayer updates was pretty impressive. Yeah.
I like how there's a
They've
shift
made
and
some
we'll just
big
carry
steps
through it.
forward. And now we are changing our benchmarks of what was acceptable to something new. And that is inevitable. But it hasn't changed my opinion. Right? In reality, what they're doing here is like they're achieving the World of Warcraft effect, where you basically whip an engine to the point where it is just sweating and exhausted and cannot take any more. You have loaded it up so far beyond its original specification. It's just,
Kind of like Eve.
no, please, just... I'm supposed to be taken out back by this point. I'm pretty sure. Let me... Can we go out back?
World of Warcraft should have been taken out back years ago.
Where's Yella? Where's Yella? Oh, he's not around. No, I remember. Can I do that too?
Propulsion on this.
To be fair, World of Warcraft should have been taken out years ago and shot. That's just my opinion.
Right, it's been a pleasure, guys, but I need to go and group up with the other folks. You folks need to go and prepare yourselves for the end of the stream, because apparently we're over time and I failed. Thank you, Magor.
Failure. What's a failure?
I guess
Jumping
I'll
up.
drop materials off.
Cheers, Green. Catch you next.
Looking
Turn
forward
off
to
the
starting.
projector.
Oh, Richard Carey. Space Engineers 2 isn't a Keen game, it's called Dual Universe. Alright, while I wait for Farrell and Bowman to come and join me, let me tell you a story. It's a story about a time I went to an expo in Paris. It was a business-only expo. Really weird event where I... what was it called? I can't remember now. It's like Games Expo Paris. It's a fairly big thing. My brain's just gone completely blank on the name of the event. Either way, I got paid to go over there, and I was basically there to talk as a social media influencer on a panel to a business-only event. And as I was wandering around this event, I stumbled into none other than Jean-Christophe Bayer, the Dual Universe lead dude, CEO, everything else, just at a stall at this place. And I walked past him and I was like, that's that one guy. And then I came back in again and I saw that and I was like, all right, fuck it. I'm not going to get an opportunity like this. Let's go talk to him. Spoke to him about Dual Universe a bit. And let's be clear, I'm interested in what they're doing. But that game is not what you guys think it is. There is so much about that game that is not being... Like, he has a incredibly clear idea of how to make Dual Universe work and how to grow it and how to make everything about it sensible. But everything about that plan... at the moment seems to revolve a little bit around deceiving the audience into thinking they're getting more game than they are. Because the reality of things is that game does not have any sort of damage model. You are talking about HP bars. That game does not really have any sort of combat currently. And it doesn't plan to unless some serious goals are met as far as how many copies it sells. It is Life is Feudal, but remove the fighting from it. It's about territory ownership and like technology grabbing and so on. It's not this big space combat, space building game that everyone thinks it is, because that's a whole bunch of stuff that they just aren't including at the moment, and they aren't even sure if they can afford. And they really haven't made that very clear. It's like none of the marketing on Kickstarter said, oh, by the way, you can't even fight in this game. There is no fighting whatsoever, unless you guys kickstart us into a rather heavy and large-scale like stretch goal. And that's basically still how it stands. And the chances of it having any sort of procedural damage modeling is super slim. Anyway, Farrell, Bowman, how you guys doing? Sorry.
Doing well.
Yeah, you doing okay? You sure you're able to move on? Kind of interrupted you mid-rant there.
Yeah, a little bit. Also, what the fuck?
Were you expecting something else to happen?
That's fine. You guys are in for a surprise. You need to keep your team in check, by the way.
We need to keep our team in check.
Yeah. We ain't causing
don't
no
have it.
server problems. You guys need to calm your butts.
No, we know it's our side. Let's just be clear on this. We know it's something on our side. We don't exactly know what it is, but It's probably something on our side.
And we're going to be working on testing it out to see if we can find out what's causing it and possibly remedy it off stream.
Yes.
Okay, I'd appreciate that because like we have spent a decent amount of time as a team just trying to make sure that our as you know about like the drill ship, we're trying to do some crazy stuff at times, but that doesn't change the fact that we proved that drill ship doesn't cause any lag. It's not that. It's other
we know,
stuff.
for example, someone held the ship completely out of conveyor junctions instead of conveyors. Stuff like that.
Yeah, we have ground that one down at this point.
Yeah. So there is indeed stuff that needs to be looked at, but
Cool. It's just
at the same
in the sake
time,
of ongoing.
But at the same
good
time,
battle.
as we are grinding
ships
those
have
things down,
existed.
we're not seeing that much of an improvement either. So
we see not much. We're not seeing much of an improvement, and these were there last stream too, and we didn't have these issues then. The only big thing that has changed is the patch on Wednesday from Keen.
No, I'm not buying that. Honestly.
I'm not saying it's the main cause.
I'm not buying that on the basis that the server, when I updated it today, did not require updating. Which means that whatever patch is currently on the server was the patch that was on the server on Tuesday as well.
Are you still alive, by the way? Or this is probably something we should discuss.
I just thought it would be interesting to have a quick talk about, because obviously none of us want to exist in the soup.
No, and I think
Right.
I have a.
It improved a bit as I clean stuff up. I mean, Space Engineer's trash cleanup is so dumb. Some of the stuff I found was like 3 solar panels flying off into space and things like that.
Really good idea of what's causing it right now, and but this is something that we should install to Green Team in its entirety. So this is something that can be discussed afterwards as an admin talks and stuff like that, since I've got a pretty good idea what's causing it.
Okay. Well, at least we got maybe a solution for next time. Still, it's been a fun one. Thanks for joining us, guys. Thanks for joining me, Mr. Bow, Mr. Farrell.
No worries. It was fun.
Well, in between dodging the soup, like the chunky bits, you had to sidestep.
Yeah.
yeah,
Still
just
fun.
the little bits, you know. Pay no attention to the soup behind the curtain.
Yes.
And thank you very much, chat, for coming and joining us. Don't forget to like the stream. Don't forget to go and check out Mr. Farrell and Mr. Bowman down in the stream description. And we will see you all, well, on Friday for more of this, but also on Tuesday for more of this, but also tomorrow for some on co-op, where there might be some interesting stuff. Anyway, night, guys. Take care.
Do space forever.
Has anyone actually tested that? Or are we making a claim that...
Oh, we need
How
a
infinite
Farlands
is the
plus
infinite
Space
world?
Engineer series?
Oh dear,
Get
good
far,
evening.
you've actually wound up in the Farlands.
Good evening,
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen. How is everyone doing? Welcome to a little PvPvP at what is currently in 1.0 SimSpeed. Can you believe?
Yay!
I see his look, and then his mouse is not even in the Space Engineer's window, so he can't look around and demonstrate. Look, the game runs. I've even got 70 odd FPS. It's crazy. Move around and everything. I mean, we're going to make a whole bunch of people join, and then it's all going to go downhill. But for now, it is PvPvP with actual Sim TN. How are you guys doing today with the unholy alliance of purple?
Everything's perfectly normal.
For anyone wondering what's
Not
going
any
down
problems.
here, it seems like Red and Blue may have formed an alliance on the last stream. Some tension around, I would imagine.
Yes. There might have been some tension, like with the first contact, but things have to seem to have smoothed out.
Fingers
and
on the
then
jump
crapped
buttons and
out
everything.
yeah, things have seemed to have been smoothed out and then crapped out to Sim speed, but that's fixed now. It's fixed now.
For now, we'll see. As I said, we're yet to get like 30 odd people on the server and actually test it for real, but for the time being, we seem to be going well. So I guess it's that time to wish you guys best of luck and I'll see you at the end of the stream. Good luck with that that channel that currently has 17 people in it, and you guys aren't even in it yet.
Yeah.
Yep.
Enjoy.
That's gonna be a faster clock.
In which case,
Alright.
I'll see you guys in like 3 hours and 45 minutes. Later.
Yep.
How
No,
many
they're
of
not.
those?
Good evening, Green.
Hey, it's a wild, wacky,
Good
wasted
evening,
space.
sir. How is you today?
I am well. How are all you folks? The server is up,
Not
and
bad.
today's number is 55.
Excellent. I thought you might.
Yes,
Was
that
there any
enabled
other
us to
people that
get
were-
in onto the server in advance and fix a couple of bits and bobs. That means that
Yes.
when you join, you'll find we're already running at 1.0.
1.0.
I must ask for yourself and Taskstream, is my
I don't know.
microphone as loud as normal? Or has
Sounds
it
alright.
sound
Fine to me.
better?
It actually sounds
Also,
a bit better.
Zaphiel
Yeah.
talk.
Good,
Sounds
I
like you're
found-
not about to clip it out.
I found the Windows microphone settings for this microphone again. Because they moved everything. So I found the slider that allows me to change lip in volume again.
And we fixed the beeping on my microphone, but
Theoretically,
it seems like it comes back occasionally.
it's now less frequent.
Well, you
Yeah.
see how helpful Green Team are, doing all these things to try and help out.
Yeah.
Also,
Well,
just
sure.
a question: are we allowed to get like 20 people in here since Red
Yeah,
and Blue have
are we
aligned?
addressing
Nope.
the alliance at all, or are we just going forward as normal?
No, we're going forwards as normal.
We're gonna
We
beat
are
them
going forwards as
at their
normal,
own
and we're
game.
going to beat them at their own game. And that's going to begin with this evening.
I kind of figured that was
It's going to begin with
my
this
dear
evening,
fucking Lord, we're all gonna die.
and what I hope we can
Holy mackerel! I've never played on the server when it's this smooth.
what I hopefully we can
Right?
get going in the next I don't know hour or so. We
Within
need
the
to
next-
either finish printing out that Pollux or try again. Trust me, private testing,
Trying again.
the sim speed has a massive impact on how well that welder wall works.
Yeah.
I'm for just trying again.
So
Yeah,
I would
I-
say grind it down and try again. But
Yeah.
I'm feeling like tonight would be a
Grindership?
great night to find two teams that might be in a little bit of confusion. Just met up, got some performance problems to sort out, that sort of thing. That would be a great time to suddenly show up.
What the password changed
Start.
to?
55.
55.
Yes.
5.
Well, same rule as last time.
Thank you,
Oh
Mr.
no.
Cook.
Space engineers? No.
Where's the grinder?
You might be consuming all my RAM.
I mean, I loathe to put these in chat and actually call them red and blue POVs now, because they are the same team. And I mean, by all means, feel free to watch that POV. That's why they're there.
It's
But
called the Barney POV.
do remember that POV contains almost 20 people on the TeamSpeak channel.
My
It
ears
has
hurt
an
from just
entertaining
hearing
amount
that.
of noise.
Okay, so we're gonna retry it, right? Let me get this away, and we can grind to ship it down.
Right.
Are we still modifying the radar ship to be
Right, I
combat?
believe. Do expect a little bit of sim messing towards the start. They've
Yeah,
been
I'm
able to fix
getting-
some of it by just getting Farrell on before the server came up and turning some
I'm a-
stuff off on the grid.
The penguin's moving.
I'm at point 8 and I'm happy.
But they do need to, of course, fix those problems, and some of that's going to require them to turn it on and identify.
Houston, the penguin is moving.
The Penguin's always doing that.
Yeah, it's going to be at point something. Just turn on the thrusters for a short while.
Understood.
Apparently I have a time kick, so that's the thing.
I
what?
can't enter a cockpit.
Oh,
Yeah, if you try and join too many times with the wrong password, it will time out and you've got to wait 5 minutes.
Okay, I am bouncing
all right.
every
I've been up.
direction.
I've been up for 19 hours. What's 5 more minutes?
Well, also might explain a little bit about how you managed to get the password
Yeah.
wrong.
I had both jobs last night. I worked my at-home care job and then the store. So yeah.
a little bit.
I'm dedicated. Clearly, instead of sleeping,
Oh, yeah.
I came here.
So did we increase? What's it called?
Draw distance.
Yeah, not draw distance.
Sync, no.
Distance.
Distance.
Darn.
Did you try it?
No, I can confirm that does something, but no, not for tonight.
Okay.
Until the
I'm-
sim speed issues are sorted, I don't dare do something that could cripple it even worse.
Okay, so it is
Understood.
pretty aggressive
Yeah, I am clipped inside of a ship right now.
Yeah, we got some really bad rubber banding there for a couple seconds.
Is it time for you to perhaps take the coward's way out? No.
I think so.
Hello, Akbar!
Someone
I'm
pass
just
that
thinking it's.
parcel.
Okay, now I'm sitting at 0 health and I'm still alive.
Oh,
Oh, nice.
Oh,
You got that
point
lockdown.
two seems
Oh,
to be-
I'm in
service
oh,
point
oh,
one.
that was a
7.
heavy hit.
Yeah,
Oh,
again,
turned on.
they're going to be experimenting with exactly what parts of their system caused this, and what they're discovering at the
Very
moment
aggressive.
was the small fix that we did before the server, much like I suggested it was going to be, was not anywhere near enough.
Detecting a
Okay,
tiny
I'm
bit
gonna
of salt.
have to
We're not
grinding
salty at
slower
all
than
about
I
this,
expected,
are we?
sorry.
No, the salt's gone. I'm glad that they'll be sorting it, but what they're doing at the moment is discovering
This
that
hurts. This hurts.
the sorting it's going to actually be a bit more work than they hoped, basically.
It's
Could you
liver.
turn the projection off?
So I just want to throw this out there. I have successfully survived a suicide attempt. I am now at 5 health.
I mean,
After
maybe
suicide.
that
He's
just
what,
makes
you're
it more
regenning?
of a failure.
Yeah.
All right, we need to weaponize Nairu.
Yep.
Throw
Yep.
him at the enemy. Strap him down with bombs.
How do we weaponize a dude? Yeah. Well, he's the ideal pilot. Give the guy enough chairs and yeah.
There we go.
Chairs.
Throw chairs at them. By the way, what is this giant hump?
Yeah, anyone in chat that's wondering what actually was the cause of the server slowdown, I've muted the rest of my team so that they don't hear what's going on. But yeah, one of the grids on the blue-red side, and if you've been watching that PvPOV, you've probably found out about this already, has been built in a way that's very, very inefficient, to the point where it's got 97 conveyor sorters on the grid, which makes me facepalm a little bit. But they're sorting it, so there we go.
The main central section is
Oh, that was
as
so
good
much
as
better.
done. This arm will be removed slightly in a bit. I just needed to get the link over.
I'll work on the right-hand arm.
Yeah, the right-hand arm is otherwise good.
Where's your cockpit?
Something just went crunch.
Oh, he's eating the Pollux, don't worry.
Oh, right, okay.
Where's your cockpit, Wild?
At the very back.
Yeah, but I'm trying
next
to
to the
work out which
connector.
side.
This is up.
That's up. Okay.
That's up.
You need to
Right.
go a little bit to your right.
Okay, I put
You're
all the
missing
parts
some
back in
rows.
the projector. All we'll have to do is weld it up after we're done.
Oh, hang on,
and
mate.
we'll be able to reproject stuff from it.
Okay.
Be judge.
That was aggressive.
On the point
Just
two
a
there.
touch.
I can't turn on the projector. Apparently, it's broken.
Yeah,
You ground it down.
Yes,
I completely crashed out.
I'm lagging hard. Oh, there we go.
It
Oh, I
might
got
be a.
screenshot.
Hey,
The ship
hang
rubber
on.
banding is interesting.
Hang on. No. Wait. Wild, stop.
Yeah.
You're forgetting, like, you're not the only one that can move.
Yeah, there's some loose in there.
sounds.
Oh, there you go. Oh, if I've got a better view than you, then I might as well move.
So what do you want the rest of us to be working on right now?
Welding up this sled, I think.
Yeah, welding
welder
on
sled.
that sled
Ah,
because
got it.
we're going to be using that sled.
Yeah. I've died having done tests.
How are we looking for hydrogen reserves?
We've.
I will check.
This sled is
In
just.
fact, how are we looking for all sorts of
steel, right?
reserves? This feels like a very good opportunity for a few people to go out with Vishnu and get some mining in.
Yeah. I'm just
Again,
getting
I
this-
get the distinct impression that right now Red and Blue are going to be worrying about how to fix this sim speed issue, and given that there are double as many of them as us, let's make use of even that piece of information, I think.
Yeah. Well, I'm just
You
gonna
said
get
it was.
this
You said it was
finished.
55.
Then Vishnu.
Yes,
Yeah.
5-5.
All our hydro tanks are full. Checking ice now. What's that sound?
It's the sound
the
of the
grinder.
Pollux being pulled apart and occasionally a block going loose. Not the real Pollux, but the one we were printing at the end of last stream.
Yeah.
The caster.
I'm still going to call it the Pollux because it's the same. I'll call this one the Pollux 2 because it's the same blueprint. The caster should be something different.
Right. In terms of ice, we
Wow, it
are.
is really unsure about my positioning.
In terms of ice, we're good.
Yeah, we should have 3 cargo containers full.
Some of my
Or
team
4.
will know this already, but just to further explain to chat why this is so much of a problem, what's going on. Basically, the way conveyor logic in Space Engineers is set up is still
retarded.
as if they had see-through glass conveyor tubes. Do you remember back in the day? Glass conveyor tubes used to be glass. They used to take glass and you could see
What?
through them. And they always intended, apparently, for you to literally be able to see the path your cargo was taking. So you would physically see it going down the tubes. And so that's still how the cargo network is calculated. Even though, obviously, that's not
Can't see
something
it.
they changed that ages ago. So it means that at every possible step, it's trying to work out, okay, where will this lump travel? Like, where do I have to render this lump? Because I need to check every single possible connection as to where it might go to its destination. And it has to do this for everything going through the cargo network. So tubes are great because they can only go one direction, and anything with multiple exits on it is awful.
Okay.
Wait, when you guys
That's
say
interesting.
sled, is this thing gonna move?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
It's tested and does work.
Oh.
Hence why
Okay,
it's
then.
got blast door blocks wrapping the rods. It's just connected in one place at the moment, so don't grind anything down.
Got it.
What you're doing.
I can't see any way this could possibly go wrong.
I've tested it. It works. It might not like this amount of lag, which is one reason why it's connected.
The grinders don't like this amount of lag. We put it that way.
Sliver TS.
Uranium is something we desperately need.
I am apparently on turret cleanup patrol. Wild.
Yeah, the turrets don't like being ground off. I don't know what to say about that.
Maybe we need to deal with this like you deal with when you're cleaning up like a trunk from a tree. Like you got to go down the side and get all the spurs off first,
Try that.
Yeah, probably.
and then you can do your sword.
Turrets glide, it's floating.
Speaking
away.
of trees, how's the hand wasted?
Not great.
Why is there a
What did you
random
do?
turret flying?
Dude, where I live, trees frequently come down on the drive. It was been windy of late. Tree came down on the drive. I started to move it, and then someone dived in to help out without really checking what was going on, and proceeded to basically crush my hand between one tree and another, and then not notice for a bit as he continued to yank on it, going, "No, I'm definitely going to get it out of whatever it's stuck on." And what it was stuck on was, of course, my hand between these two things.
Yeah.
And you weren't
Please
screaming?
Please stop now. No, I wasn't screaming. I was trying to be relatively calm and not move too much because I suspected if I tried to fight back against it, I was only going to make it worse. But yeah, I've got a couple of broken bones in the top of the hand. Carpal.
So
Can you
what
please
did
stop?
next was
This is excruciating. Please stop.
so
No
what you
more.
did next was pick up the tree with your left hand and smack him around the side of the head with it.
No, actually, what I did was I thanked him, got back into my car, and drove away, pretending like I was using both of my hands.
Okay.
And before anyone
Ouch.
says anything, yes, this was on my drive, which is private property, so technically kind of do what I want in a vehicle at that point. It's because someone's bound to say, "What, you drove with only one hand?" It's like, yes, I drove 150 meters with only one
is that,
hand
like,
on
bad
private
there?
property.
Actually, I know people who drive with one
Is that
hand
bad there?
because they've only got one.
Hold on. Is that somehow illegal there?
I don't know. I'm just someone's. You know, it's the internet.
It is
Okay,
in the US.
I was just making sure that it was.
I'm pretty
Some
sure.
places in the U.S. you can get fined for it at the very
I'm
least.
pretty sure it's not illegal. It's just frowned
No.
upon.
Yeah, if
Like
you get
good
like
driving practice, if your hands are not on the wheel, they're supposed to be on the gear stick, assuming you're driving stick. You know.
you can get that one asshole cop that would go through and stop you for it, but 9 times out of 10 you're perfectly fine.
As long as you're in control of your vehicle and not trying to do something like use your phone, which
Yeah.
is illegal to do while you're driving,
Which, as it should be.
as it should be.
Yeah, I was gonna say as it should be. Here in the US, it's fairly illegal.
It's a secondary offense, not a primary, but yes, it is illegal.
Yeah. No, I tell you what gets me actually, because I'm a cyclist normally, is people cycling along on the phone.
Oh,
Yes.
good.
Yeah, that's
With no hands
crazy.
on the handlebars. Like, it's
Also,
not even...
I saw the
It's just
craziest
like-
thing. This guy in a semi literally swerved into a bike lane and floored it to then pass in front of another car.
I've seen scarier. I watched a lady for about 20 miles eating a bowl of cereal and reading a book while driving with her feet.
You're kidding.
I mean,
No.
you see that these days with a
I am
Tesla,
not
but they've got a
kidding.
Tesla,
No, the only reason
Yeah,
I
but with
was
Teslas, I mean, they have
watching-
autopilot.
which you should
No.
be paying attention with all the time.
This was definitely not an autopilot car.
No.
Excuse me. So knowing that, knowing what we do and knowing that the sim speed is gonna fix this welding wall, do we want to remove some of these cargo junctions on the back of the welding wall?
Yes, that would probably be a decent contribution, to be honest. The
Yeah.
junctions
Yeah.
don't help. If nothing else, put lines down it and then use the curved tubes. It saves us on materials.
Yeah.
So, if nothing else, you can use 1/3 as many, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Put a vertical line on the left-hand side, right-hand side, and middle, and that'd probably do it.
I've gone through our resources and I've got ice. We're good.
I can't
Cobalt,
actually
we
grind
could
out
use
these
some
things.
more. Uranium, we desperately need. Magnesium, we're good for. Gold, we'll be fine for a while.
Got it.
Silver, we desperately need. We're basically out. Silicon, we're fine for, and platinum, obviously, we're out.
So
Hey,
uranium,
Sliver, wanna go
silicon,
mining?
platinum.
Silicon, we're fine. Uranium, silver, platinum.
Okay, uranium, platinum I don't have on an asteroid. Uranium I don't have on an asteroid. I have silver on an asteroid.
Does anyone have uranium on an asteroid?
Oh, actually, no. One of those did have uranium, but I
Didn't
never
we mine
got
it
to
out?
I've got an Earth asteroid with iron uranium.
Please go. Thanks. Bye.
Coming.
One thing that we could check is those asteroids that they were maybe anchored at previously.
Yes, because that had a lot of resources in it.
Yeah, I'd rather not go somewhere they've been at the moment.
It should be fine.
I think
They
at the
shouldn't come
moment
back.
is the perfect time to go somewhere they've been.
Yeah, we should be perfectly
Okay,
fine because
well,
they're going to be too
Be
busy.
prepared to
getting
jump
other
out,
crap.
but yeah.
Alright, Sliver.
And I might
Okay.
be able to salvage some of the wreckage.
Let me just finish off the grid work for this, so people know
Charlotte,
roughly
I
what's
love you
going.
and all, but come on, you can't be on my chest while I am trying to do this. Thank you.
Meow. Oh wait, no, it's not Kitty. It's a
That's the
The
kitty.
dog.
Oh, it's a kitty. Okay.
Bad Chihuahua.
Someone had an iguana.
Oh,
Didn't
damn it.
I do. I have the iguana.
you've got
His name
both.
is Loki.
Oh, you got both. Okay.
Loki te iguana.
Yeah, Loki the iguana.
Oh,
And he is a mischief maker, which is why he's named Loki.
So, out of interest, what was the response to current state of hydrogen?
Hydrogen were good. Like, really good. Got, I think, 28 tanks full.
They're all full. Okay, I was
yeah.
just making sure that because we're running a hydrogen fleet here. It's like,
Yeah.
if we run out of
We've
that,
got-
we suddenly become about as useless as we're going to get.
Yeah, we've got something like 15,000 K ice just sitting in reserve. So
And that's
we should
partly
be good
relevant
for a
because I
while.
need to hook the Pollux up and actually load up hydrogen on this.
Yeah, you're good to do that.
Once I work out, yeah, there are no connectors I can actually get at. Is there anyone around that can shift a ship?
You want me to move Hydrofang?
Hydrofang, or someone move the. Is Nepco here tonight? Yeah, or someone move the whatever we call it. I can't remember.
Melon?
Uh,
No, not the melon. The
Cow?
the cow. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, I can try. I can try moving the cow. Hold on, let me see if I can find the damn door to it.
Let's go for the one with the lower one, and you can actually see what's going
How
on.
do you do that? I'm gonna go and fix my bloody camera so it's the right way up.
Is Vishnu empty?
Should be. Double check
She
it
has
for
some ice on her.
me. Apart from, is it
Ice.
ice in the cargo container?
Yeah, and there's some in there, not in the cargo containers. It's all in the generators. And there's
That's
a
good.
few components on board, but other than that, they're in like the upper cargo container.
Okay, where's the door?
Other
for the
than that, it's
cow?
empty. It's
Okay.
completely empty.
It's on the left side.
I will. Oh, let me just finish these last couple.
But hey, you know, if I was GameStop, I'd be willing to do just about anything to stay alive too. What else we got? The ingest servers, the hamsters are spinning up.
I was gonna say, actually, it'll start whenever this thing decides that it will.
And welcome to the WAN Show, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a terrific show for you guys today with all kinds of great tech news. This just in, AMD's Ryzen 5000 series is rumored to be able to hit as high as 6 gigahertz when it's overclocked. When will AMD stop? When will they take away the pain? In other news this week, Microsoft strikes a profit-sharing deal with GameStop. We don't have a ton of details as to like how exactly this arrangement works and whether or not it will keep GameStop's bloated corpse from finally sinking below the surface of the lake. But hey, you know, if I was GameStop, I'd be willing to do just about anything to stay alive too. What else we got, Luke?
NVIDIA is no longer going to be selling 3000 series cards direct online.
What?
I wonder if this will transition into future releases as well.
But how will people get Founders Edition?
We'll talk about that later. Also, AMD motherboard with a soldered A9 9820 to offer performance comparable to the Xbox One S.
Interesting. Wait, what? What is
I
this
don't
thing?
know why that matters.
What the
But it's in the dock, and we'll talk about it later.
Fantastic.
Oh, TLDR, it's probably the Xbox One SoC. Interesting.
Ah. Well then. How about that? Oh shoot, I forgot to put the thing in there. Yeah, I didn't put the lower thirds, so I guess we're just gonna have to skip that. Okay, cool.
Alright. Oh, sorry. Got a little bit of a bug there.
Sorry about that. I love this thing so much. All right, why don't we jump right into it with NVIDIA no longer selling 3000 series cards direct online. So this was originally posted by PC Mag and Tom's Guide. And basically, if you wanted to buy an NVIDIA Founders Edition card, well,
I guess you're just out of luck.
Because NVIDIA is not going to be selling them on NVIDIA.com. The only way to get one will apparently be through Best Buy in the USA, with international outlets not yet revealed. You know what? That's not as surprising as you might think, because as I recall, when NVIDIA first introduced their Founders Edition cards, which would have been...
Was that 700?
Maxwell? Oh, was it before that? Dang, I can't remember when they transitioned from Founders Edition or from reference cards to Founders Edition cards.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
Was it 900 series or 1000? Must have been Maxwell. I don't know. Maybe it was before that, actually. Was it 680? Ah, yeah, I don't remember. But NVIDIA did experiment with making those cards exclusively available at Best Buy. That was one of the first. In fact, I think that was before they were even selling direct on NVIDIA.com. I believe Best Buy was the first place that you were able to get a built by NVIDIA card. And I remember it being like a big hubbub in the industry because AMD famously transitioned from building built by ATI at the time, built by ATI cards, so you could buy a first party card, to no longer providing those and leaning on their add-in board partners. And then NVIDIA, who had traditionally never provided a built by NVIDIA card and had always had add-in board partners, now was all of a sudden transitioning to their own built by NVIDIA cards, these Founders Edition cards. And there was a whole bunch of upset about, well, okay, NVIDIA is just trying to trying to grab even more margin for themselves, because if there's anywhere from 5 to 8% profit in a card like an RTX 3080, let's say, for example, at each the add-in board partner and the retailer level, well, hey, that's NVIDIA effectively making anywhere from 10 to 15% more per card on the ones that they sell for themselves. So it creates a bit of a conflict of interest, because if NVIDIA's partners are relying on them to fairly distribute allocation of these hot chips that everybody wants, and are basically like printing money at this point, like the more of them NVIDIA can make, the more money everyone in the ecosystem can make. And NVIDIA is the one responsible for doing it. So if they have this incentive to take them all for themselves and just sell them themselves for more profit, then, why would they send, MSI or ASUS or EVGA's full allocation to them? Why wouldn't they just hold some back for themselves?
Yeah.
So Best Buy has been
one quick thing just to insert. Apparently it happened a lot later than I remember it happening. I think that's just because the visual style didn't change much, but it was 1000 series cards.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I guess that does kind of make sense. Okay.
Once I saw the article, I was like, oh yeah, okay. I thought it happened earlier than that.
Yeah, I thought there was one before that too. I thought there was like a 760 or something like that, like much earlier.
I thought it was 700 series as well, so maybe we're tripping on something, but I'm finding articles about what the heck is a Founders Edition card, and they're talking about the 1070 and 1080.
Got it. Okay. Well, there you go. Okay, why don't we have a look? So why would NVIDIA stop selling themselves? Because like I said, obviously they make another 5 to 7 or maybe even 8% profit if they just sell the Founders Editions through their own website. The reason is that they have basically thrown in the towel and said, well, we just can't, shucks, we just can't figure out how to do this without letting the bots get all the graphics cards, so we're gonna leave it to the professionals here. And it wouldn't surprise me if in the future NVIDIA went back to selling Founders Editions through their own site once the demand dies down a little bit. But for now, they're going to leave it to Best Buy, because Best Buy has been overall a more reliable storefront for card sales when compared to NVIDIA. Although it should be noted that that's not by a huge margin. A recent restock saw Best Buy's 3080 Founders Edition card staying available for only several minutes. So none of this is the ideal situation for NVIDIA, but if they're going to come out and say that they want to make an earnest effort to eliminate bots,
the base is coming along great.
Minimize the effects of bots and scalpers on availability of RTX 3000 series cards, then they're going to have to put their money where their mouth is and take a bit of a hit to their profit in order to make sure that customers are actually getting their cards. It'll be really interesting to see how all of these shortages play into AMD's upcoming launch. I mean, we know Big Navi is coming in the coming weeks here, and it wouldn't surprise me, based on what AMD has done for their past cards, if we saw a hard launch with availability, and if AMD manages to pull that off, and they're even remotely competitive.
They might get a lot of sales just because people can't even buy the other thing.
Yeah, just because NVIDIA can't ship a graphics card to save their life.
It's a pretty interesting concept, but I could definitely see it. I know I have a few friends that are looking to get 3000 series cards, and they've been struggling and not succeeding. So it's interesting.
This is a great comment from Ninja Man Away over on Floatplane. I've never understood why people would buy a Founders Edition card rather than a third-party card.
Filter it out and everything. Filter out what you want to use in here and everything. Yeah.
Wonderful comment. So there's a couple of things here. The Founders Edition, or back in the day, the Reference Edition cards were typically the minimum but still decent board spec to build a graphics card based on that GPU. They'd have no frills or extra gimmicks or anything like that. Typically no RGB lighting, no factory overclock to speak of, because they were meant to be representative of the NVIDIA approved experience.
One thing, if I can insert, is also before this generation, and I guess before this generation, because of the swap, they were also blowers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which in some cases, people like really wanted that due to
Just for
certain
fun.
airflow restrictions, etc. Sorry, keep going.
So if you had a small form factor case back in the GTX 1000 days, then you might have wanted like a Founders Edition style card because it's the only
So
way to
I
keep
am
your
trying to
other
finish
components from
up
getting suffocated. With RTX
my
2000, well, that
fighter,
option went away
and
anyway.
so
and
I've
NVIDIA's
kind
Founders
of come
Edition
down
moved to
to
like a two-fan, sorry, whatever the opposite of a blower style is.
that is going to be turned into a
recirculates hot air in
base,
your
so
case.
I'm
It's escaping
turning
me
that
at the
into a
moment. Doesn't matter.
base.
It's really not the point.
Oh yeah, they did. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, so that was with RTX
So
2000. Now with
I'm just going to be
RTX
putting a
3000,
huge
NVIDIA
drill
has
head
actually
on it,
positioned
and
the
so
Founders
I
Edition
get more
cards
and
as
more
less of a
from it.
baseline for performance and more as
So
a
that's what's
premium
working on
option,
over
making
there.
them not only priced higher than the cards that you would buy from the
But
likes
I
of
want to make
Asus
a
or
gigantic
MSI or whatever else.
mobile
Actually, last gen they
spaceship
were priced higher, if I remember. Actually, I
with
think the Founders
everything,
Edition is
and I
always
have
a bit more
designed for the
expensive
big
because
ship.
that cooler costs so much to make.
I just don't think I'll build it on planet. I want to build it up in space.
And I think it was like $60 or $75 higher on the 70.
So they're
Oh
not
yeah,
only
it's not.
higher
If
because
I build
of
it on
their
planet,
fancy, pretty
that ship
cooler,
ain't coming off.
But NVIDIA
I'll have to
puts
build a
a
whole
ton of
second
work
one up
into
in
making
space.
the RTX 3000 Founders Edition cards really awesome, actually. Like, okay, there's a couple things here. One,
Yeah,
first-party
precisely.
NVIDIA
So
cards
it's just.
did not have any of
I mean, I
those,
did some
black
testing
screen
to
issues
see
that
what
plagued
if I
some
just
RTX
I did a
3000s.
hybrid and I
And
added
two, the cooler
both
on them,
ion and atmospheric to it, and it was a little unwieldy. Just didn't perform well at all, and so I was just like, you know what? No. If I make an atmospheric, I make just an atmospheric, and I make just an ion. But I think I'm not going to even make an atmospheric one at all. It's just going to be an ion one. So I'll make one up in space. So I had that design, moved aside. I'm like, okay, cool. Next, right now, I'm just focusing on my fighter and trying to decide what I want, because I have two different designs. One design actually folds in on itself, so it has a hidden compartment for the guns, and it folds out and has guns. I'm like, okay, that's cool and all, but I just like the one with wings better. And it also has warheads on it, so I mean, that's fun. So there in community server chat, I posted one of my ships.
Oh, that's cool. Was it half built?
Yeah. Like, I'm still working on the wing. I mean, I kind of like it with the wing. And then there's this one.
So I'm assuming those things at the back have got engines in them.
The nacelles, yes.
Yeah, that's a bit nasty. That is one of those connecting sprue things, whatever you want to call them. You can get damaged and destroyed. You're going to lose a whole engine pod.
Oh yeah, I'm still working on back there, so.
Fuel low.
Hi. Okay. I'll probably have both. He's picking up that tail.
She's spitting water out and then rubbing it on the floor.
Of course she is. We should have just got a dog.
Is there any way you could dock your ship?
Yeah. Alright, Steve. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Just need to make some food for the kid.
Okay.
Alright, be right back. I'm just gonna mute myself.
Is actually outstanding. The way that it not only helps keep the card cool, but also helps cool your system. And I don't have any third-party confirmation of this, but what it looks like to me is that NVIDIA is creating yet another rift with their partners by offering cards that their partners don't have any realistic expectation of properly competing with. Like, did you see NVIDIA's video about what went into the design of the thermal solution for the RTX 3080?
Yeah, and I do also agree with what you're saying. It's an interesting position, and I think it's a much more attractive play to people purchasing cards than previous Founders Editions offerings.
Absolutely. But what happened was they gave themselves an extremely unfair advantage.
Yes.
NVIDIA, obviously, the way that those guys hold their cards so close to their chest, I pretty much guarantee you that their partners had the minimum possible amount of time to work on their board designs for these new chips. Whereas NVIDIA was sitting there with first-party knowledge throughout the entire development process of this product, knowing, okay, hey, we've got a 400-watt problem to solve. You know, how can we solve it? If I'm ASUS, or if I'm EVGA, or I'm Galax, or whoever else, you know, I'm going, okay, sorry, what? I have a 400-watt problem to solve? Like, and I'm scrambling, right? Like I'm just putting a giant vapor chamber and a giant heatsink on it, and I'm otherwise going with a pretty traditional board design. If I'm NVIDIA, I go and I create this fancy pants special angular board and this like flow through design for my cooler that nobody can reasonably be expected to compete with until they've had another probably 6 months, realistically, like 6 to 12 months to come out and build something similar to. And just like we've seen in previous generations, with all the minds that go into this at NVIDIA's add-in board partners, someone is going to create something that is super cool and totally unlike the reference or Founders Edition card. But if they don't have the time to do it, it's not reasonable to expect them to be able to. So at launch, man, the Founders Editions honestly look pretty good this time around. Except that, unfortunately, with this announcement that NVIDIA.com will no longer be selling them, comes the unfortunate news that Europeans or anyone outside of the US who can't just walk into a Best Buy will simply not be able to buy them.
Oh my god.
Whoops.
I didn't think about that part.
Whoopsie daisies. Yeah, DigiDude512 in Floatplane chat brings up another great reason why people like Founders Edition or reference cards, and that's that generally they're the first to get water block support because of how common they are compared to, say, a Strix or an Aorus card. With that said, the situation is totally improving. The first block we were able to get our hands on was actually an EK1 for an Asus Strix RTX. That is for the 3090. Actually, no, it's compatible with the 3080 as well. Yeah, so I think they use the same board design, or at least DK thinks they do, and we did manage to put it on a 3090 with some small modifications. So yeah, it seems like, it seems like it's getting quite a bit better, and so many of the board makers actually do their own water blocks now, like EVGA does, or they have partnerships with brands like EK, that it's less of an issue today than it used to be. So says, but the Founders Edition cards are not reference cards this year. Yes, that is true. The Founders Edition cards are not reference cards. To my knowledge, there isn't really a reference card that anyone outside of, maybe a board partner would have seen even.
Yeah.
All of the RTX 3080s and 3090s that I've seen from different manufacturers have been completely different boards. Unless I'm wrong, unless there is a reference board that I'm not aware of. So guys, feel free to let me know in the Floatplane chat.
I'm looking into it. I haven't heard of anything, and I don't see anything immediately, but yeah.
In the meantime, why don't we jump into the Microsoft GameStop deal that seems to be kind of like a last-ditch effort to stay alive for GameStop? I actually think this makes a ton of sense, though. So the original article here that we read through was on Ars Technica. Good article. GameStop will now get a share in the lifetime digital sales revenue for any next-gen Xbox console sold through its stores. And it's not like there's no precedent for... Actually, here, hold on. Let's talk through the rest of the thing first. So this includes for full game downloads, DLCs, microtransactions, TV and movies, and subscription plans. Now, GameStop, at the time of us making our notes here, had yet to respond to a request for comment from Ars Technica, and Microsoft declined a request to comment from Ars Technica, and so that leaves everyone pretty much kind of guessing at what exactly is going on here. Some analysts think that the size of the cut would be less than 1%. Some are saying somewhere between 1 and 10%. Some are saying, I don't believe that it would be a bigger cut because, what's Microsoft's incentive here? I don't see, if they don't have this, are they going to sell fewer Xboxes? But honestly, I think this makes a ton of sense. And I think if I was Microsoft, I would be super into a deal like this.
Although it does sound like PlayStation is potentially also having conversations about doing more or less the same thing, which I'm sure they heard of this partway through the conversation and were just like, well, I guess we're doing that because as dying as GameStop is, you can't just let your competitor have that type of deal because it would incentivize GameStop to drastically push one console over the other. So PlayStation is going to respond. One quick thing that I can just interject here is while the Founders Edition is not on a reference card, there is reference boards, and the 3080 and 3090 share reference board designs as confirmed by EK Water Blocks.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure who, if anyone, was using them, though.
Yeah, not entirely sure, but...
Sweet.
Sounds like there is at least a reference board design.
Yeah, maybe the more basic cards. That makes sense. Yep. Thanks for that. All right, so back to our notes for this one here. Now, there are some more obvious benefits for Microsoft that are part of the deal. So GameStop will commit to use Microsoft's cloud products and tablets in their stores, as they announced last week. And there's some sort of analysis here that could make Microsoft look better to shareholders with cloud revenue from GameStop. I don't know what kind of shareholders think that GameStop using a Surface tablet as an employee device matters at all, but sure, whatever floats your boat. For me,
knows?
honestly, I think this is quite a bit simpler than some of the other takes that I've seen so far. I think this is just, even if Microsoft knew that Sony was going to turn around and make the exact same deal, making this pretty much status quo. Like, on the one hand, yeah, Microsoft, they're going in there, they're going to give a profit share to GameStop so that GameStop is going to push Xbox really hard. People are going to come in, try and buy a PlayStation 5. They're going to hide them. They're going to lock them away. They're going to make them leave with an Xbox. Like, at the end of the day, most gamers already know what they're walking in for. And at the end of the day, there's no way that Sony wasn't going to counter a deal like this. So if I'm Microsoft, I'm already playing 4D chess with Sony at this point. You know, I'm looking 2 moves ahead 4D chess. I already see that coming. I know that my cloud infrastructure or whatever is a huge benefit for me with Project X Cloud, way more robust system for digital content delivery, all that kind of stuff.
More digital sales?
So I'm expecting a ton of digital sales. I know that ultimately this is all going to be like a war of attrition, and I know that if we're both making the same deal with GameStop, I'm in a better position to deliver on this promise in the longer term. It's going to actually cost me less. The other thing that if I'm Microsoft that I'm considering is like, I don't actually want GameStop to go out of business. Think about that for a minute. Maybe I'm making this deal because I actually think it's a good thing for, like, how many stores does GameStop have? Like, thousands? Maybe I think it's actually a good thing for, remember, we're talking consoles as a service is the way that Microsoft is going here. Maybe I think it's a good thing to, instead of going and trying to, you know, build a network of carrier stores like the mobile device industry has done, you know, whether you're T-Mobile or your Verizon or AT&T or whatever the case may be. Instead of doing that, why don't I just basically take an infrastructure that already exists, take a business model that we already know works, where the store sells the hardware, and then they get a recurring fee on any subscription revenue or any transactional revenue. So potentially this could be quite a generous fee, and that keeps my distribution network alive. Not everyone is going to buy online. Not everyone.
There's even like there's even the value of like the classic story where you go to the mall with your partner and they want to go buy whatever, and you're walking around bored and you just
go buy an Xbox game. That's right.
Every time.
That's right.
Like, even if you don't buy something, it's in Microsoft's best interest for that store. It's in Microsoft and Sony's best interest for that store to survive.
It's basically a marketing exercise. A GameStop, to me, if I'm Microsoft, a GameStop is a free billboard.
Yes.
Actually, it's
and like having your game on the shelf or having your console on the shelf or behind the desk or whatever is super valuable. If I walk into a GameStop, or it's EB Games up here, I'm usually not gonna buy something, but I'm gonna look around and I'm gonna check like, oh, what new games came out for Switch or something, because I don't really stay on top of the news for that. But a whole shelf of games in front of me is very in my face when I'm bored in the mall looking for something to do, and I might as well look at some games. I'll often just like look at the wall of games and then see anything that looks interesting and then Google it while I'm standing there and see if there's any like more details. So like they want these stores to survive. So even if like it doesn't necessarily make a ton of financial sense in direct ROI, it's great marketing. So.
Exactly. And like, think about it. If all Microsoft wanted to do was sell Xboxes at launch, right? Well, there's any number of partners. You know, there's your Best Buy, or screw it. You know, when demand is high for Xboxes, you know, they could sell Xboxes at corner stores and they would move through them all. But name someone other than GameStop who's not going to be focused on something else 6 months later. Microsoft needs partners to still exist who are going to be pushing Xbox in 5 years or 6 years when the Xbox, whatever completely backwards name they give it, the next one is about to come out.
When Skyrim Definitive Long-Term Reach Platinum Edition gets launched,
Microsoft needs somebody to care about that and push the product. So if I'm Microsoft, I don't want GameStop to go away. I think it's that simple. And back to what you were saying about GameStop being a store that you would just kind of wander into at the mall. I challenge you. You have, I'm starting my timer in 5 seconds. You have 30 seconds to name one other store in a mall that you would walk into. Go.
I don't know.
You got 20 more seconds. Go for it.
Atmosphere.
Okay. All right.
That's
so
it.
outdoor
And it took
like
me a really
apparel.
long time to remember the name, but it has happened. Okay, it has happened at least once. But I'm gonna start with EB Games, and then if I see everything and am like, wow, it's just awkward that I'm still in this store, I would wander around until I found Atmosphere.
Yep. So you know what's funny? I was actually at the mall with the wife. We were trying to get some. She was helping me buy her a birthday present because I'm a pathetic, terrible husband. Look, I knew she wanted clothes, and there is no point buying a woman clothes without her just trying it on.
You did the right move.
So I wanted the kids to have something to give her. We also did something homemade and thoughtful. And she told me she was very impressed with the bubble letters that I drew on the kids' card for them to color, okay? Look, bubble letters is not easy for me, all right? I did bubble letters. She knew that was a stretch for me. She recognized the effort.
I think I remember this. For some reason, we had to do bubble letters back when we worked out of the old house. And I remember there being like a whole thing about that.
Yeah.
Like Ed had to do it or something because you and I both sucked.
Bubble letters is not easy for me. So anyway, we did the homemade thing, and I put in the actual like effort. But I wanted the kids to just have like a gift to give her along with the card. And so for the first time ever, I bought something at Lululemon, which was interesting. shorts are 60 Canadian dollars. So that's a thing. Yeah, that's like 45 US dollars. That's she was like freaking out about it because she's like, I for the price of one of we got 2 pairs of shorts, so it was like $130 after tax, and she was like, for the price of one of these pairs of shorts, I could completely replace like my entire bottom half like wardrobe at the price that I normally buy things at. I'm like, yeah, but here's the thing, hun. We found something that fits in a store that was nearby, and we could either spend the next 2 hours walking around this mall, or I could pay myself $60 an hour to go do something else and not still be shopping in this mall effectively. But anyway,
it's probably more comfortable, and it's a birthday thing and whatever.
The rest of that story is they're all right. I don't know, man. The rest of that story is the one other store that I happened to walk into, Atmosphere.
Hey,
because I was like, oh, this is kind of a cool looking store. I didn't buy anything. It's like, yeah, whatever.
So we have to that's great.
But I did walk into it. I did walk into it. We've got people.
Yeah, I don't know. I usually do like like one kind of slow walk up and down every aisle-ish, and then just leave. But, yeah.
All right, cool. So, float plane chat. Oh, minor shops at Lululemon. Ah! Yeah, I still, for myself, I still don't own a single Lululemon garment.
Yeah, probably not.
James has been trying to get me to wear their clothes basically since the day he started. He's like, why do you dress like a homeless person? Like, other than my LTT store stuff. And I'm like, well, because LTT store hasn't made all of the products that I need to dress myself yet. We're gonna have to just do joggers or something at some point so that I have pants to wear that are
I've
not.
actually
was that the end already?
I think I have nothing to do with it, so I don't know why people ask me so often. But I think I've had more questions about when are you guys gonna release some form of sweatpant than any other potential product. I've had that question a lot.
So part of the problem is that we have a lot of internal conflict over what type of pants to do. Jeans are basically going to be impossible for us. As far as I can tell, you need a team, like an enormous team of people to like figure out how to do jeans. It is not simple. It's a very difficult garment. So we're not doing that, even though I'm a jeans wearer and I'd love it if we had like some really nice jeans. Sweatpants, we're torn because Nick and Lloyd want to do something that's more like a trendy sweatpant, like a jogger type pant. And I'm like, nah, if we're gonna do sweatpants, let's do like some comfy sweatpants. Put like LTT across the bum. You know what I'm talking about? Like,
nice.
Like that kind of sweatpants. So basically, as far as
2000s sweatpants.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, we have no sweatpants because Lloyd refuses to design mine, and I refuse to green light his. So, so we're at an impasse.
I was thinking like the recent sweater non-hoodie thing.
Yes,
just
the
super
crew neck.
similar to that. Like same color, similar material.
But with LTT on the butt.
Just I was even thinking just like same idea of the like really small branding, but yeah. Okay.
Nope, big branding right across the butt. That's what I want. That's what I'm all into here. All right, why don't we jump into our next topic? iPhone 12. Apple released new iPhones. The 12, 12 mini, 12 Pro, and 12 Pro Max. Wow, that's a lot of iPhone. All 4 variants will come with Apple's new A14 Bionic SoC. As far as I can tell, this is the first 5nm chip that is commercially available. It's got 6 CPU cores, about 17% faster than A13, and 4 GPU cores that are about 20% faster than A13. So it should be the fastest phone on the market, pretty much by a country mile. Not that that honestly makes much of a difference to me these days, other than my review of the new Z Fold 2. I guess it's like new-ish at this point. I got it really late, and I wanted it to be like a really daily driving it review. So it's going to be even later. So other than reviewing that, which I don't think I'm going to be able to daily drive because YouTube Stories is still not fixed with it, and there's like other bugs. Like every time I try and post to Instagram, it double posts and stuff like that. So if not for that, I'm still daily driving a Note 9, which is like 2-year-old phone. Has a 16.
I'm still running a Pixel 2 XL.
Heck yeah. And yeah, the Pixel line is particularly interesting because they have not only peaked in terms of performance, they're actually headed back down with the latest Pixel 5.
Yeah, I know you asked me a week or two ago, and I'm pretty solid on 4A 5G. I need a new phone because my phone is like having notable issues, like the proximity sensor and stuff. I can't even have my SIM in that phone anymore because I can't do phone calls. But
what, phone calls on a phone? Surely you mean playing Raid Shadow Legends on a phone?
Raid Shadow Legends.
So blah blah blah, neural engine, process 11 trillion operations per second. All of them are 5G compatible with millimeter wave supported in the US. And then sub 6 gigahertz globally, has smart switching to save on battery life, and MagSafe is back. That's pretty cool, sort of, I guess. I
like MagSafe.
Yeah, it's like a thing. So here's something I find a little bit confusing about it. Do they really want me to put my phone like screen down on things? Because I don't like that.
I think they do, because don't they have some usability features? Like screen down silences it or something?
I mean, that kind of stuff has existed for a long time. Like I remember getting a briefing on like the Galaxy S4 or something like that that had a feature.
Oh no,
where
yeah.
you can,
I'm just saying, like I think they do intend for you to have it face screen down something.
I've just never given any F's about that, because why on earth would you do that? That is the fastest, easiest way to scratch the heck out of your phone screen for no reason. Like, just don't. All it takes is one like micro grain of something and some idiot to like walk past and bump your phone and it to stretch across it, and you've got like a gouge out of your screen. Like, that's really dumb. So yeah, it allows for perfect charge coil alignment, which is pretty cool. I haven't played around with it yet. Maybe I'm gonna play around with it and I'm gonna be like, this is so cool, because the magnets are like hella strong, and you'll be able to buy like desk mounted pads, and you just like basically kind of chuck the phone towards it, and it's like, whoop, you know, that it's like, and it like lines up perfectly. That'd be pretty cool. Like MagSafe.
That would cause other issues.
Perfect mating, you know, like MagSafe condom. Just
like
magnets to get everything aligned, you know?
You have a keyboard with like a real nice plate in it, and your keyboard just like slowly travels across your desk over time.
Yeah, probably not happening. The Pro and the Pro Max have LiDAR sensors built into the camera array so that you can get better autofocus in dim conditions, so that's pretty cool. And for augmented reality, ooh, speaking of augmented reality, I will stop just doing my, you know, obligation of going through the iPhone 12 launch information, and I will talk about something actually exciting. I got the new Mario Kart today.
Oh, nice.
And because I'm never one to do it halfway, well, actually, sometimes we do it halfway. It's called short circuit. So we were debating. James and I were going back and forth for probably like 5 minutes. Which channel does this thing go on? If we were just going to unbox the one Nintendo sent us and just like kind of try it for 2 minutes, then short circuit. If we were going to like... If we were gonna like, I don't know, run it through a car wash or something and see which one is the last one to outright die, you know, then it's Channel Super Fun, right?
Sure.
If we were gonna try to, you know, stretch the limits of the technology and spend a bunch of time on it and like, you know, get 4 of them and do like an epic head-to-head race, then it's still not really an LTT, but boy, is that a lot of work.
Yeah.
So we decided to do an LTT anyway, even though it's like kind of off topic for us. And I've got a pretty epic prize that is going to make this video worth watching, I think. So James is going to work on the technical details of like, you know, making sure that there's an educational factor. But I mean, Nintendo's such a closed book. I don't know how much or how little they're even going to share with us about, you know, how they got the latency so low or whatever, right? They might just be like the secret Japanese engineering. Don't worry about it. So that's possible, but we'll get you guys whatever we can, and then the tournament is going to be, or we're going to do a Grand Prix, obviously. So we'll do a Grand Prix, and I'll be racing against a few people who volunteered for the video today, and the winner is going to get 3 days vacation. The runner-up will get 1 day vacation. So with the stakes so high, oh, and if I win, I do not give out any vacation. So,
so even the runner-up doesn't get anything either?
The runner-up would get 1. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So someone will get something.
You should just go full. I love this because I'm not part of it, so I can just say junk like this, and everyone's gonna hate me, including my bird. But you should just go full evil overlord, and if you win, just no one gets anything. you're the Bowser of the race.
So yeah, that's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm really excited for it. Spotty on Floatplane asks, paid vacation? It's not vacation if you're not paid. That's just calling in sick. I don't know, like
yeah.
So yeah, it should be really fun. So everyone was allowed to take home their copy of the game. We got 4 of them. Everyone was allowed to take it home for the weekend, so you can bet that I will be practicing.
Why don't you guys do multi-channel? Like you could do a quick unboxing and look on Short Circuit. You could do something on Channel Super Fun where like there's like 2 teams or something, and you have like 3 hours, and you have to try to mod the racer to make it go faster or something, and then have a drag race so that it's like not as much of a time investment. Then you can have the big content on LTT. Like you don't have to. It doesn't have to be one thing.
That's true. We probably wouldn't do the Channel Super Fun because we've got some kind of big ideas for that, but you're probably right. We probably should just do a Short Circuit unboxing and then follow it up with the Mario one. See if we can kind of like build some momentum. You know, like, hey, come see this over on LTT. Make sure you don't miss it, because.
Like, by the way, in a week or something, we'll have a deeper dive coming on the main channel. Like, I think that would be cool, and I would probably just watch both.
That's a pretty good idea. We should probably talk about our sponsors for the show today. Kind of got ahead of ourselves there a little bit. Hey, so the show is brought to you today, ladies and gentlemen, by. What is this? Uh-oh. Oh, okay. PCBWay. Apparently, we don't have a link to put in our lower third, but that's okay. PCBWay provides high-quality PCBs for prototyping and low-volume production. All the PCB manufacturing and assembly is done in-house, saving time and cost. Inspection, customer a 5 to learn. Yeah, Pulseway, full of East Director. Unless we're interacting, including more at the link. And the show is also brought to you by Ridge Wallet. Ridge, and to keep your cards available in a phone covers.com. Why don't you tell us about the AMD motherboard with a soldered on A99820? What is this thing?
This is weird. Apparently it showed up on, I think it was Alibaba. Okay. And as far as I know, it is supposed to be the Xbox One SoC, which is weird. I don't know why you would really want this so much anymore.
Like an Xbox One S, like not a Series S.
Yeah, not a Series S.
So what? Microsoft just like a bunch of these chips fell off the back of a truck, and so you could, like, I don't even understand what I'm looking at here. Like, because the Xbox One S and One X use GDDR memory. So does this chip that would have been custom built for those consoles, does this chip also support regular, what looks like DDR4? Sorry, I can't actually tell immediately from the notch here.
Quite surprising.
Okay, so sorry, walk us through what else is going on here? DDR3. Luke dead.
It's weird. It's weird. I no, I thought I had said something just a second, but I don't get not only why it exists, but why you would really want it.
So what is it though? Seems to be what, 8 Jaguar cores then, with an AMD R7 350 GPU. Okay. Maybe it's intended for like I don't know. I'm really struggling here because I think you're muted or something, Luke.
I'm trying to get my bird to go away. I'm sorry.
No worries. Do you want me to just talk through this one?
No, you're good. You're good. It's weird. I think the ultimate answer is like people don't really know, because there's debate about what it is. There's some theory that it could be the SoC, but the RAM thing is weird. Like, why would it exist in this configuration? Like, maybe this is the board that they used in the what are those called? The like dev boxes that people get before the console comes out. Like maybe this is the board they were using in that for some reason. That could explain the RAM thing. Like maybe this is just a really early version and they hadn't fully converted it over yet. I don't know, but yeah, unless some official information comes out and is like, yes, this is definitely that. I could see some people wanting to like collect it for that reason, but outside of that, like I don't. Why would you want this?
Yeah, there's this Chewy Aerobox mini PC that uses a very similar motherboard to the Xbox One S. So, you know, that's an example of what someone might do with a product like this. Like maybe they would try to, you know, build like a weird knockoff console or something. I mean, given how bad AMD's Jaguar cores are by modern standards, I would not expect performance to be very good at all. But
like there's comments on this article of the Chewy Aerobox. Like one of the first comments is, given how god awfully the Jaguar based AM1 chips aged, I'd avoid this like the plague.
With that said,
I think that's fairly well said.
With that said, it's $125 US for a motherboard, CPU, and GPU. I mean, the CPU and GPU ain't anything special, but you always got to look at things within the context of what else you can get for that price, and you're looking at some pretty aging hardware for like...
That's it, man. You got to get one. You got to do a build with it.
Oh, we've already got this on order. 100%. 100%. Like, we're going to try it. I bet the power consumption's just, like, terrible.
Yeah, I would just go used at that point. Like if I was trying to build a cheap computer, I would just go used and probably get better stuff anyways.
Do you guys want to hear a really weird conspiracy theory that I kind of feel like I shouldn't even talk about because I'm pretty sure it's nonsense? Let's have a look here though. So this is posted by Spartaman64 on the forum. A Redditor claimed NVIDIA's Russia branch canceled the 30 series launch and scalped the GPUs instead. According to the post, the Russian NVIDIA store, like many others around the world, sold out entirely within moments of going live. Except it wasn't actually sold. The launch was allegedly canceled before any cards were sold, with this user, okay, so this is over on NVIDIA.com, being told that it was due to production failures with an indefinite wait. Let's go ahead and pull this up here. Yeah, there you go, Tech Mob. I think all the Russian customers need an official explanation right now. Okay. What else is going on here? According to photos on Russian social media, the address the cards were shipped to matches the address of NVIDIA's Russian distributor, D-House, on launch day. This, combined with inappropriate callouts and bragging on social media, has led to claims that NVIDIA's Russian arm or their distributors canceled the launch in order to provide influential or simply high-paying customers with the cards at the expense of everyday customers in Russia. There's a lot of he said, she said going on here, and NVIDIA's official response is, and this is machine translated from Russian to English, friends, at the moment in Russia, as in the rest of the world, the demand for GeForce RTX 30 products significantly exceeds the available volume of goods. I'll stop that now. NVIDIA's online stores worldwide operate in reduced functionality mode, and we're working with partners to improve product availability in the coming weeks. We will share all the necessary information in our community. Stay tuned for updates. Thank you for your patience and understanding. Okay. The thread and threads like it look like they've been subject to vote manipulation via bots. So this is a proper mess. Whether or not this actually happened is definitely remains to be seen, and it's possible we will never actually find out exactly what went down.
Yeah.
Unless it's proven true. I think if it's not proven true, it'll always just be this like weird thing that was. I don't suspect it will be proven false.
In other big news, OnePlus co-founder Carl Pei has left the company. The statement said, after nearly 7 years at OnePlus, I've made the difficult decision to say goodbye. Pei, who co-founded OnePlus in late 2013 with Pete Lau, has been the public face of the company since its launch and played an instrumental role in designing the OnePlus smartphone lineup over the years, and also how the company marketed itself. Android Central speculated earlier this week that Pei was leaving the firm because of an alleged internal power struggle between him and Lau. So Lau took an additional role as Senior Vice President at Oppo. BBK Group owns Oppo, Realme, OnePlus, and Vivo. And OnePlus has always avoided questions about its ownership structure. They kind of branded themselves as like a scrappy underdog, even though it like didn't make any sense because no scrappy underdog can make a phone at a reasonable price.
And they like weren't for sure.
Pei has said that he left the company because OnePlus has been his singular focus for the last 7 years. He says he's looking forward to taking some time off to decompress, and then he'll figure out what to do next. I actually kind of, just my very limited experience with OnePlus, I kind of wonder if there's some truth to Android Central speculation, because I actually dealt with Carl almost exclusively as the face of the company up until I would say about 1.5, 2 years ago. And then all of a sudden there was like a big sort of thing about Pete Lau doing his first keynote in English, and then all of a sudden it went from Carl being the only one who was at events to Pete was the only one at events, and then now Carl's gone. It's like, yeah, okay, that sounds about right. But given that they've never really been very transparent about their management and their ownership structure, I don't think we'll ever get a better idea of what exactly went down over there.
Yeah.
Yeah. That sounds credible enough to me, though. Anything else you really wanted to get to this week?
There is one thing that I would really like to get to this week. Not only am I interested, but I feel like if I didn't bring this up, then the Linus Tech Tips Floatplane users would disown me. The You Applied at Amazon story.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I will get to that in a moment. First, I have to give an update on the Drive Savers drama.
Cool. Okay. Yep.
Yeah. So I do have to do that. So last week, basically what I said was, hey, look, I haven't talked to Jessa, who claimed that Drive Savers took credit for her innovative workaround with an Apple speaker IC that allowed a frozen phone to be temporarily booted, all the data to be recovered, and then restored to functionality through a reset. She claimed that Drive Savers took credit in our sponsored video for her solution to that problem. And I basically said, okay, so I'm finding out about this now. I haven't spoken with Jessa, but obviously that's a pretty serious allegation. Here's what she said. Yeah. Here's what Drive Savers said. Right now it's he said, she said. So I can't really take a position here. What I did do in the week since the last WAN show is reach out to Jessa. She actually posted on our forum, and I basically said, like, hey, look, these are pretty serious allegations.
How's it been going?
It looks like you've got a pretty compelling story here. But what I need in order to take real action on this is some kind of
die or
proof
something?
that what you say is true and what they say is not. So what she's done is she's created a video about sort of the points of Drive Savers' position on this that she disagrees with. She's also created a post on the forum, which we're going to have linked at the bottom of the video. Sorry, unfortunately, I don't have it there now. So I'm going to add it right now, and I'm going to see if that actually updates. I'm going to have it right above where the timestamps are going to be. There you go. I've got that on YouTube, and oh no, I don't have an easy way to update it on Floatplane right now, but I'll add it later. No, I won't, because there's no WAN show archive. Doesn't matter. The point is, there's a link on YouTube to her post over on the forum, where basically, in a nutshell, I don't have there's no smoking gun. But I would say that there is a lot of circumstantial evidence, if you kind of get what I mean. So there's no silver bullet. There's no like, hey, this is the text message that they sent to me admitting that they stole my technique. But there's a lot of claims that Drive Savers has made that don't seem to quite add up with respect to their in-house capabilities compared to the capabilities of third-party contractors that they use, and it just kind of leads us to believe that
Dave's
know,
coming
there
along.
may be something to Jessa's story. So as for what I'm going to do, so far we haven't heard from Drive Savers with any definitive proof one way or the other. And we haven't heard from Jessa with any definitive proof one way or the other. So what we're going to do is we're going to leave the video up, but we're going to do something that we are able to do under extremely
and all that.
sort of exceptional circumstances, and we are going to replace the video that is there with one that has an edit in it during the time when I'm talking about this technique that basically has text at the bottom that says Jessa Jones from iPad Rehab says that this is actually her technique, and we're going to have a link in the video description to where you can read through her statement about why you should believe her side of the story. And then what we're going to do moving forward is, honestly, I just can't deal with this kind of he said, she said nonsense. My life is a drama-free zone. So if I can't operate under an assumption that sponsors and members of the community are all able to be straight with me, then we're just not going to work with any data recovery companies moving forward at all. I have no way of validating who's telling. Yeah, I have no way of validating just 100% unequivocally who is telling me the truth. And this is one of those things that I just cannot afford to have our company dragged through the mud over because someone is being disingenuous. So that's my commitment. I've already told that to Jessa, and I've asked the business team to pass that along to Drive Savers. I told Jessa actually that I might make one exception for that, or two exceptions, I guess. I told her that I would be open to doing a collab. So not promoting her business or drive or device recovery, or anything like that, but just YouTuber to YouTuber. I'd love to do a collab, like maybe just fixing something together, kind of like what we did with Lewis Rossman in the past. And then
So
if
it's like
Deep
two
Spar
shits. I'm trying to
ever came back
decide
to us and
whether
wanted
to
to
have
do another
wings
video.
or not. No, with the wings, I can put the controllable warheads on the wingtips, and so that's what I have right now. They're attached by hinges, so I can disconnect the hinge and then blast it off into something.
Oh, that's cool.
So that's pretty fun.
Do they have? Is it powered? Are they got thrusters?
Yeah, they have a small battery, control block, gyro, antenna, camera, and a thruster.
A gyro? Did you say?
Yep. That's how it turns.
A control block?
Yep.
Oh, that's cool. So you can guide it in yourself.
Yep.
Just hope he doesn't get shot first. You put heavy armor on the front.
So here, let me show you.
Yeah, because otherwise, when that fires, all the turret's going to be shooting at it because it's going to be the closest object, and anything at the front is going to get destroyed. And you've got the warhead at the front; it's going to get destroyed before it even gets to the target. So you need a buffer at the front, like a heavy armor block or two, so it can absorb
Alright.
absorb all the bullets. Rockets are a different thing because they've got splash damage. Is this farthest I'm going to go? Yes. Okay.
What's the button to get to your blueprints?
F10.
F10, thank you.
I think we would work with Deep Spar again, just because there was zero drama. They're fantastic. They're so cool. I love what they do. And the feedback from our community was overwhelmingly positive for the tool that we were promoting last time we worked with them. It was a tool that basically used like a cloud connection where, because you can only test the characteristics of so many failing hard drives. a hard drive has to fail in order for you to perform analytics on it and observe its behavior. So what DeepSpar built was this tool that you can use to take to record the characteristics of the failing drive that you have, or the failed drive that you have, and compare it to other drives that were failing or failed, and help you determine what the problem is. And then it would add that data to their collective data on their servers so that other people could benefit from it, making it like kind of a tool that gets better and better the more people in the data recovery community use it. It was like super cool idea, and apparently it ended up selling really well. Our feedback from our community was really good, so we would work with them again. But beyond that, we're just not going to do it anymore. I don't need that drama in my life.
It feels almost like I don't even remember their names. But
I was trying to go for more like a torpedo boat type of deal.
Constantly.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna say their names. I heard if you say them too much, they appear.
They appear 3 times in the mirror.
That way, that the other thing too is that as long as I don't mention any names, then
So
I
the
have plausible
top
deniability
picture
for
has
being
the
any two
wings,
brothers.
which has
So-
the torpedoes.
Two brothers.
But the middle one
there's-
just has Gatling turrets that are hidden that'll pop out. But I mean, that one is more for just exploration, I think. Oh, just small little running around, but you don't always need warheads when running around, right? Or do you? Yeah, if I put armor up front, it's going to just make it bigger. So should I encircle the whole warhead or just put a block up front?
You can. There's 2 ways. If it's going to a ship that has lots of turret, if you hitting it with a broadside of the ship, yeah, you're going to have turrets for the whole length of the ship that are going to be shooting at you, and so there might be ones where you're aiming at the back of the ship. The front of the ship might have an angle to hit that warhead. You see what I mean? It's up to you how you want to shoot the thing.
I mean, what I could do too is just wait for someone else to get engaged, and so the turrets are focused on it, and then I shoot this off with it. The one downside with having the wings and the missiles is that it doesn't fit in my big ship, the fighter. Or the other ship does. do that. I wonder if I can stick a warhead inside the ship. Where'd that missile go?
That was scary.
That is, no, it is too...
Energy low.
That'll do it. He does not like being on the separate.
Oh, I did that wrong.
Whoops. Wish there was an undo button. Why can't I do the 3D look? What's going on with that? Come on.
I'm back. Oh my god. I redesigned my mining cake to turn around corners, and I put the freaking hinge in the wrong place. I put it at the beginning,
That's a bit, right?
but I needed it at the up as close as much to the mining head as I can. So I'm gonna have to grind it all down.
I mean, I guess you could use it like that.
No, I need to extend because I need to go flush with this wall up that end. I need the hinge to be here, and this extra bit is the extra bit that pushes it forward when it turns. So I just have another one just in case I don't do calculations right.
Energy low. I keep doing that,
I go up to the oxygen tank to fill my oxygen. So I put the oxygen bottles in there,
Mhm.
and then I leave them in there. I don't take them back out.
You kind of need those. Oh, you're hilarious. Okay, I see what's going on. It's because the hinge is too close to something, and so the block feels in the same place, and that's clanged right there. Actually, let's test something now. Let's do this. Let's fold in that missile. I'm even gonna arm it. Because I want the whole ship to explode if...
Have you used are you doing your pop-up turret yet?
Yeah, so I have 2 panels folding down, which is where I'm gonna hold the warheads instead, with the one without the wings. But as it folds up or down, it then comes in contact with the block on the side of it. And so I want to see what's gonna happen. Yeah. It's not able to follow all the way in. It's definitely unhappy.
My hands smell of peanut butter now, why? I need to test it with my penis.
I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do that.
Oh, you had half as what I had. No, I had half a pot. You have half a pot. It was no. It
Not
was on
having
6.
folding parts in that other one.
On 6.
No folding, moving, or anything. Just a sleek ship, and then I'll probably end up cutting some parts out of it and having indents to make it look better than a hexagon. Maybe I should redesign the wing then. Make it small. Where is the capital ship? There we go. That's good enough. Could just make the entrance bigger by having the extendable doors, and it doesn't matter. Yeah, I'll do that. Doing that.
Ah, sort of cocked up there. We'll have to go the other way first.
I ended up taking the camera and the antenna and putting it in front of the gyro, so then it's just a little bit sleeker. And then I'll mess around with armor blocks later before it.
Fuel low.
What?
Listen to this.
Or little hisses.
No, Evelyn. The little hiss sound, she's starting to make it more prominent and lays her head down. She's trying to fake snore.
Oh, that's cute.
But she can't figure out how to do the nose part. Oh.
Oh, no. Oh, crap. Bye-bye.
What happened? What happened? I missed it.
I ran out of hydrogen, and I bounced off the floor, and I bounced off the asteroid, and I'm just falling to the planet.
Oh, it looks like you got inventory too.
I've got my elite welder in there.
So we can always pick up your body later.
No, it's gonna fall to the planet.
Yeah, I know.
But then it'll despawn after a while.
Well, if we get there fast enough.
Nah. And all those oxygen bottles, like 4 oxygen bottles as well. Ugh. What a pain. Oh well.
Hi. This is also why I think what I want to do is I want to find some true 0G and build there.
What?
So I'm kind of sick of getting sucked to the planet.
Hey, I'm going to the bathroom.
What sandwich? There wasn't. Oh, maybe they made it wrong. No, yeah.
Oh, you ran out of water. Real quick.
Yes, dear.
Okay, never mind. You're just gonna spit it out.
You thought anything other than that?
Alright, Evelyn, I'm gonna give you your toothbrush.
Go. And I'll change around the engines for atmospheric for the ship too.
Oops. It sort of broke.
Push too hard, it looks like.
No, when I was running out of hydrogen, I didn't turn the piston off. So it kept pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing.
Oh, the drill off too?
Yeah, there's one down there and the other one's probably destroyed somewhere.
Alright, now your tongue go. Emily.
Pete, back in a bit.
Alright. Let's see, Baby Poo. How should we change around the design of this ship? Because I need to make it so it's atmospheric now.
I mean, Toby's just giving me admin. Because my dual head blew up.
I just saw the message when I looked over at your video, so I'm still watching your video. I'm just having a hard decision on some of these different things because I'm trying to make it so that way the ship actually looks, a little bit more better designed. Putting like indentations into it and stuff.
The only issue with having your base in space but within the gravity field, all your freaking unknown signals always spawn on the planet.
Yeah, it does make it interesting. Okay, so 10 gyros should be good, right?
I don't know how big the ship is.
Oh, it's pretty small, but it's gonna be more like a fighter-esque ship. So I want to be able to turn. I hate slow banking ships. I hate it. It has to be able to turn on a dime.
There's been turning
Energy
fast
low.
and turning too fast. If you know what I mean. Like, if you sort of like just touch your mouse wheel and your ship turns 720 degrees, and that's too many gyros.
No, nudging it, it turns like 10. Or I could split my mouse and it does like 45, maybe 90.
Oh,
So now,
sounds good.
yeah.
You can always put more as much as you wouldn't like, but if there's too much, you could always turn some off. just to trim it down so it's easy to
That's
manage.
fair. Yeah, the smaller ship only has the medium cargo container, where the winged one had a large cargo container, which I did like.
Now I've got big 2 divots in the side of my rock face. What are you? I'm going to be covering up with.
Yeah, I was gonna say you have to cover it up anyways, so. But it's not pretty anymore.
Let's stop it at 7. Let's see, have a look. Used to go 7.5. That's where I went wrong.
I want to get this ship finished so I can get in game and head over to your base.
Looks good enough. Oh, let's turn him on anyway.
I guess what I could do is redesign my big ship, but keep the same design as in a smaller grid though. And I can have it down on the side. Missing oxygen. I'm missing. Got a cargo survival thing to make the whatever. Yeah, it's oxygen, I guess. Cargo. Left.
Should I rebuild this? Should I rebuild this in the middle of the damn thing? I should have rebuilt this mining rig. Should have scrapped all this one and started a new one down here. Yeah, that's what I think I'm going to do. I'm going to restart
So here's a question. There's a small hydrogen tank. Oh. And there's also the small O2 tank. But they're not the same, right? Like, I can't use them interchangeably.
No. O2 can only hold O2. Hydrogen can only hold hydrogen.
So I thought, checking. Okay. I thought there was like a small, just the oxygen tank, not the small one.
Yeah, there's you talking about large grid or small grid?
Small grid. Just talk about small grid.
Yeah,
and I'm just like, it's not giving me
There's a large small grid oxygen tank, and there's a small grid oxygen tank.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the small grid oxygen tank. It's not cool. It's not letting me. Actually, it's probably not letting me because it's not.
There's a small.
Yeah, it's like a 1x2, I thought. Is that a thing in this game? A add-on? It's not an actual thing in the vanilla game?
These are mod tanks. These blue ones.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I have the 3x3 oxygen tank in here. That's the smallest thing I can find.
This is the large grid, large oxygen tank, and what number is it? 6. That's the small. Oh yeah, that's the standard one. See, that's a vanilla one.
Yeah, but the 2x1, Telnex says it's a mod. Yeah, it's a mod. Yeah, so I'm in creative trying to figure it out, and I was hoping to put those in, but I don't have the VADA in this. Can't really do that, can I? It's a little dumb.
Yeah. That's the small grid, small oxygen. It's like a 2 by 1 by 1.
Yeah, I love it.
Baby thing.
See that thing? Yeah, that's what I was looking for, but I guess it's a mod.
Yeah, it's a mod. There's only one in vanilla. There's only one small grid hydrogen tank.
That's what I think about that. Guess I'm gonna have to rearrange the ship a bit more then. Or just don't put the tanks in until I get into the game we're in. I mean, no, I like to keep everything vanilla as much as I can to my blueprints and change them later, but those things are just so nice. Not to mention the flat batteries, like 9x1 type of thing. Those are nice to stack into type things.
Yeah. Much more amenable to a small ship.
Mm-hmm.
The flatness of them is so cool.
Yeah, Telnex. I guess it's Terry. Yeah, I liked it on the drop ship a lot, and so I've been using it in my small grid ships a lot. So here I have been creative, trying to come up with my fighter, bring that in, and still hard to try to figure out what's modded and what's not. Alright, so let's do this, boys and girls. We're going to to make sure that I'm not crazy or anything, the oxygen tank, I can't pass ore through it, right? Or anything like that.
I think it can. Yeah.
It has a small port and then a large port, right? But I wanted to make sure that I could just pass through it.
Ore can pass through large port and small ports, but some components can pass through the small port. If you look at the components, if it's got a dot in the top left-hand side of the icon, that means it cannot pass through large ports.
Okay, I wasn't.
It cannot pass through small ports, small conveyors.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if like certain things just block things from going through it. You know what I mean? Like it's an oxygen tank, so only oxygen is supposed to go into it, so therefore things can't pass through it.
It can pass through other stuff, but that small grid, small one can't pass through metal grids and some certain components, but ore can go through it.
That's fine. Ice is just going to be going through it.
Bottles cannot pass through it, so you have to leave it poking out of your ship if you want to be able to refill your oxygen bottles.
Oh.
Because they got their little dot in the top left-hand side.
Oh.
Energy low.
Darn. Okay.
Is this Foyet? Darling, is this about Foyet? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
I'll go about it this way then. Alright, so yeah, I went cockpit, then the generator, O2, H2 generator, survival kit, O2 tank, Then I'm putting down the cargo container. And then from the cargo container is going to be the connector. That way everything should be able to pass through willy-nilly as I want. The only thing is, I will not be able to get...
The cockpit, is it the standard cockpit you're using?
It's the one from the DLC. Yeah, it only has small ports.
The industrial cockpit.
Yes. And I don't...
That's
I'll have to go in the back to get the oxygen tanks, but that's
yeah. So you won't be able to fill your oxygen tanks from the cockpit because it's got the small ports in the back. So you're gonna have to get out of the ship and go around to fill your oxygen tanks.
That's just how it's gonna have to be at this point. Okay. Let's not disconnect many cells, shall we? Alright. The one issue with the design I have for the connector is that it's probably going to need a specialty designed connector for it to connect to. So, for instance, the ports that are at the space station that Terry found, it's not going to be able to connect to that. Well, I guess if I put a different one on, it's 90 degrees instead. I was just thinking if I wanted to do transport missions or something like that. I'll just bring it to the ship. I could do that instead. survival stuff, and cargo, connector. I wasn't paying attention. Did you get your drill fixed?
Yeah, it's fixed, but I'm redesigning it to dig into the side of the holes.
Sweet. always put in a control block and antenna in there. Projector has to be on the outside of the ship, right? Or can it be on the
No,
inside?
it can be on the inside. It has to be projecting on the same grid as you want the stuff to be built on.
Right, yeah, and across the front. Wait, is it the cross the front or the cross is the top
Cross
and then
is the top, the slant down is the front. How are you just going to be disconnecting your missile things?
Well, this ship isn't going to have the missiles, but they were going to be on hinges, and so you disconnect the hinge.
You can't project onto a hinge.
Yeah, I know. That's going to be a separate thing that needs to be built onto it.
Okay.
Yeah, subgrids aren't projected.
Energy low.
Yeah, the ship I'm currently... So I take away the one with the wings, and I'm just gonna deal with the missiles sometime else, but I'm just taking away all subgrids, so it's easy to just rebuild the ship. And I'll work on subgrids later. Let's see. Thinking about changing some of this.
I was just too over engineering it with pistons. I could just start thinking I got a fucking hinge there. I can use the freaking hinge better if it's closer. So over engineering it. So I think I'm gonna put like all these pistons and stuff, and then another rotor, and then another pistons, and I think no, I can just use just conveyors all the way up to here, and have the hinge here. and then clicked it onto there. It'd be easy peasy.
But over-engineering is so much fun.
Yes, I know. I need to get rid of that. Hinge bit there.
Alright, be right back. All right. stick a battery in there. Alright.
How ugly it is.
Whoops. Okay. I think we're good to go. Gonna finish off some of these blocks. Good. Then I can get back into survival. Actually make it.
You lied to us! You lied to us! Hubba.
There's no jump drives for the small shift, right?
No,
it's just for big.
But you can get around that by building the jump drive with a large connector and connect it to the small connector on your small grid ship.
Huh.
Well, that's how I used to do it like years ago, but I don't know if it's I don't know if that's changed, if they've got around that like workaround.
Alright, so I think that's the look of the ship I'm gonna go for. For now, anyways.
Oh, that looks quite nice. That looks like a freaking typhoon.
Where do you think I got the idea from?
Oh, okay then.
Seen that in the Tengu. Yes, I played that game for 2 years. But I stopped.
Played Eve as well?
Yeah, I was a stealth bomber. That's what I mainly did.
What alliance were you with?
I was with a subgroup that was part of the biggest group that was out there. Can't remember what their name was.
Oh, no, I did it again. Left the freaking oxygen bottles in the oxygen tank.
Yeah, I was like a subgroup of a subgroup, and we would just have fun putting out decoy ships out there and having people come around in null space and try to attack you or low sec or something, and then you know, throw up the signal, and we all just jump on you with 50 different stealth bombers.
Oh yeah.
That was fun. I mainly use frigates. I liked frigates in that game. And then when I was bored, I just take my Tengu out to do crap with it, but I have to say the best looking ships are the Minmar ships.
Yeah, that's my main character. I've played it since 2006. On and off. I think my main character's got 180 odd million skill points.
Nice. Yeah, I haven't touched it in years. It's just time to move on, I guess. I don't know. I was also doing college and I was getting married then, so I was like, I need to focus on important things. And then I just haven't got around to get back to it ever. It's hard to get back into games when you haven't touched them for years, you know? Alright, it's time to rename the ship. What should we call it?
Tornado. Oh, no, there's a ship.
Not a tornado.
No, there's a ship in it called a tornado. Hurricane. Oh, there's one called a hurricane. Anticyclone. The anticyclone.
I really wanted to say cyclone. Oh, wait, what was it?
Tropical storm. There you go.
Well, I mean, there's always the Tempest, which is amazing, but yeah, I wanted a hurricane-looking ship in this game for my capital ship. But it's just that angular shape of it all that kind of goes out. It's hard to do that. And so that's why I was looking at more the Tengu and the Typhoon. That hexagon-looking ship. Yeah, I was a Hound player. Alright, what should we call it? Yeah, here's my capital ship. There's your Typhoon for you. Does need a paint job, but I don't know if to paint it. What do you use to paint stuff with again in game? What's it called?
There's the mod, which is the paint gun, or you can just use the vanilla thing.
How do you use the vanilla thing?
Hit P, and that'll bring up the paint menu, so you can choose your skin and your color.
Yeah.
To paint a block, I usually use an armor block. Look at the armor block, put your crosshairs over it, and hit the middle mouse button, and that will paint it whatever color you have in your palette and the skin. If you hold down Control and the middle mouse button, it will do a 3x3 block. If you hold down Control and Shift, it will do the whole grid.
Will that work also in survival?
Yeah.
Huh. cold.
Ah.
Titan, huh? Odyssey is the capital, Titan is the small ship.
Oh man! I just slammed into a piston and killed myself.
No.
I wish people name their survival kits.
Yeah, that's something I need to start working on. Because it is getting kind of ridiculous. And especially since the ship, the fighter I'm making, will also have a survival kit on it as well, so... black with a touch of glamour red, maybe.
Have you ever looked to the stone?
No. There we go. Took it for your stream.
Oh, I don't give a shit. That's only because you keep pushing me off the side of the bed. You was pushing me off the bed. You always keep pushing me, and that's why I snore. So you pushing me.
Break another drill.
No. Oh.
Oh. Wolf, what's that look like? There we go. That's a good name. Beowulf. Time to make the ship.
Energy low.
That's weird. I don't have the server in my favorites anymore.
Energy critical.
I think it's time for me to go to bed.
Alright, my friend. You have a good night.
You too.
Bye.